Alright, back with more Xenoblade X. I did not farm in this cave for 6 hours today. I just turned it on maybe an hour ago or so. I only have about $1 million. I don't even think that's enough to get gear for my party if I have to do anything that's ground-based. I think what I'm going to do here is continue trying to pick up all the yellow boxes now that I've unlocked the ability to do that. Just kind of fly around each zone and explore. And at some point I'm going to try to do the next story mission because we need that to get things like probes. Maybe I should do the story mission first, since time spent flying around is time spent having probe ticks happen, which are not helping me if I haven't unlocked all the probes. I'll do some box opening in Oblivia. This is the fun part of the game for me, so do a little bit of it. Oh, I'm still scrolling items from the widget cave, so I don't know what I'm getting from any of these things. I won't know for like a minute. This thing like underwater or something? Oh, there's a cave down here. Cool. Try to pay attention to those scrolling items in case I do happen to get something interesting, which is possible. Also in a cave. Yeah, okay. At least that makes it easier to find caves, I guess. It's kind of cool. Rooney Cavern. Hey Bucky, how you doing? Will be the source of basically all of my endgame battle points to be able to make up for the ones I wasted earlier. Tempted to like look up a guide for all of those or delay spending them until we actually get to a main story mission that requires a better ground gear loadout. Kind of wish it didn't play different music when you started flying, especially when you're doing something like this, when you're transitioning from flying to being on the ground constantly. This one inside this building. Go ahead and try to kill everybody in the area.
Take the initiative. Close in. Appreciate the help. That's here. Move in and keep the rhythm going. Here.
Waste fuel on that guy. hate that if I even kill a small group of enemies, it's going to make 10 credits scroll on the left side of the screen there for a while. 1,500 credits and 2 battle points for a room guarded by a bunch of level, like, 48 enemies. I got a gormless monkey. Who hasn't wanted a gormless monkey before? Can resist flinch 7 really possibly be worth picking up under any circumstances? I guess these guys don't aggro anymore because I'm level 60. Okay, that works. I guess only enemies above level 50 will aggro me now. I don't know if that's still obeyed when I'm in the skell or not. This isn't land somewhere. The idea that anyone will equip even 1% of the random augments you find lying around in boxes is a pleasant fiction. Yeah. Game definitely has that needle in a haystack design that I can't stand in many games. We're gonna put, you know, 120 augments in the game, of which, like, 4 are useful. I guess it could be one thing if this game had the equivalent of like Final Fantasy X's post-game arena, where like there's like one boss that specifically requires that everybody be kitted out in all flinch resistance gear or something, right? But the way you have to go about finding it is so annoying that I don't think that would be fun, like it can be to get all the gear together to fight the Coliseum bosses in Final Fantasy X. So level 51 plus or level 50 plus? Is it 11 levels to avoid aggro? Just in case it matters. That'd be fucked up if you break your skull from that. How do I get outside? The placement on some of these is kind of cool. Okay, gotcha. The effective cost of my skull being AFKing in a cave for 12 hours really makes the notion of dying really, really, really bad. Even losing a single insurance on it. Just, like, utterly unacceptable, I think. I wonder why they put that in the game. They didn't want to deal with, like, calculating your fuel after you die or something. I do think they should have just leaned into it with this game and just had you get into increasingly comically large robots. Since you already start as a robot piloting a robot. Each, like, layer of play completely negates the previous layer. I'm gonna finish Oblivia, then I'll try to do the next story mission so I can get more probes. Okay, 40,000 credits. But a mining probe G2? Which is useless, essentially. I think anything below a 7 mining probe is pointless. Okay. Borderline counterproductive to place because you'll have to remove it later. I'm just going to ignore Mira because of the stress of having to go back home and, like, put an augment slot on a random weapon on this Skell that I'm probably never going to remember or have the time to farm the augments for. I don't want to. Pay to not have to think about it. Cave near here somewhere. What this is. Devil's Colony. Yeah. I really do hope someone considers hacking this game once it is available in emulation. I think that there is potential to make something really interesting in here. If it was as easy to modify this game as it is to modify, like, Skyrim, you know, the Enderall equivalent potential in Xenoblade Chronicles X would be ridiculously high, I think.
Looks like we've got a newcomer.
Maybe it's not in this cave? This is a huge cave to have basically nothing in it. A bunch of level 12 enemies. Is there, like, one notorious monster or something that drops fuck all? There needs to be something in that little circular room at the end, right? Like, what the fuck? You cannot make a cool little cave like this that's pretty hidden and have nothing in it. Someone needs to go to jail for this. Oh, right, those disappear while I'm aggroed. Fuck. Maybe there was something in that room and I couldn't see it. Yeah. I feel like they really needed to have unique rewards for fighting the tyrants, notorious monsters, because, like, there's so many of them in the game, and they're, like, basically totally pointless. Even if it was just like a, you know, like a mid-game achievement set or something where, like, you get, like, currency for each unique tyrant that you defeat, and then you could spend that currency on some useful thing. I don't know. Kind of permanent upgrade that isn't gear that can get outclassed or skill upgrades or whatever. I would even do it. I think that would actually be kind of a good idea, is if you made it so that you had to buy the skells with, you know, bounty points from killing unique notorious monsters. It would be fun to fly around the world and find them and fight them if it got you a skell for free. Some of them affect map completion percent. Yeah, it's making sure there wasn't another one in that other dead end that I missed due to being aggroed.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
It takes like shockingly long to kill a group of level 12 enemies when I'm level 60.
This'll work like a charm.
The kill objective on the bare ass board. Yeah, I feel like if you just imposed better math on this game, it would be possibly one of my favorite games of all time.
See how you like this? Move in and keep the rhythm going.
I guess games that have problems with their math and problems with poor extrinsic motivation exist, but this is one of the only games I've played where that's the only problem.
They've seen us.
Gravity blast. See it, barrage. I appreciate the help. Success. Now move in is absolutely done.
Let's keep it up.
That was fun. I like going in a cave to get some chests. This part of the game is legitimately a good time, I think. Open up all these boxes. It's probably a good choice to just make it so there's no blade rank at all in the Switch version, so you can just open almost every box in the game without it. Eddie's Conquest. Jermaine the Treasure Keeper. I want to kill this guy just because he's in this cute little area over here.
Ignite! Take the initiative. Close in. Success.
Wonderful! We are still alive!
Like keeping that treasure. Just like kind of a secret area through here. This is such a good secret because you could get here on foot, I think. Maybe. Maybe not on foot, but without a skull without flying and probably jump up here. The non-story affinity or bare-ass quests. The normal quests. The game does not incentivize you to do them at all. I guess from my perspective, I think that all games should have a good extrinsic reward loop. Because from my perspective, there's an asymmetry where, like, if you're the kind of player who's just gonna do shit in a game, like, for its own sake to do it, you're gonna do it regardless of whether you're incentivized to do it or not, right? So you really don't need to do anything to, like, appeal to that player. If you also appeal to extrinsically motivated players like me, then, you know, everybody wins. You could argue that it takes time to do that, but I feel like you've already done most of the work when you have this giant, crazy world with instant load times everywhere, and creatures and treasure chests all over the place. It's substantially less work to sit down and try to, like,
Well,
get the
this
item placement
is
right.
flattering developments.
Fuck. Just trying to get away as fast as you can. We build a water purification plant in the lake west of the city. It becomes a central location for quest chains. If you don't do the one mission, it never gets built at all. Yeah. Segment recon complete. Okay. Are there any, like, rewards for map completion other than that, you know, percentage number go up? 'Cause it would be cool if, like, you get, you know, 50% of the hexes, something happens. 60% of the hexes and so on. Oh, that's cool. Really seems like the Definitive Edition was a really substantial port. Maybe one of the more substantial ports ever. In terms of, you know, not obviously not being a remake, but and not even really being a remaster, but trying to do some tweaks that were just kind of obvious and on the table. Like we talked about, that, you know, because there's so much low-hanging fruit for even doing a single pass on the game, it really isn't that costly to fix some things. Alien bug species propagates by dividing after death into 2 new bugs with memories of the original. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's all from normal quests. I think everything about normal quests discourages me from interacting with them. Even just the name normal quest, given that there are also basic quests. It's crazy to have a game like this constantly scream at you like, this doesn't matter. It's like horseshoe theory for something being a game versus being a toy, right? Where like you have so many systems, so many things that make it a game, and they're all stacked on top of each other and competing with each other. That just kind of wraps around and becomes a toy again. Because you would be like an insane person to try to make sense of any of that. The Jedi bell curve meme where it's like giant robot go fly. No, I don't understand what the gearing, how the gearing system works. Which quest do I have to complete? Why do I have to get these little gemstones? And like on the Jedi end, it's big robot go fly. Fuck. Fucking mortar launchers. You drop aggro? Thank you. These are the guys that aggro from like a light year away, right?
It didn't have to be like this.
Maybe I can kill one.
They're tough. Touch me up.
There's a no pun arms manufacturer and all the weapons have silly names. It's cute.
They've seen us.
I've lost my balance. They're tough. Touch me up.
Wish I could interact with this from the ground. Probably not getting that one ever. This is the place I had to sneak into forever ago for the main story, right? At least it looks like it.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Fucking word launchers, man. It would be really funny if this thing is like a level 1 archaeological node and it has like 500 credits in it. I think it is the hardest box I've seen to try to open in the entire game. like by a wide margin, surrounded all level 56, level 57 giant robots. See if there's any way to get to it successfully. There's a bunch of level 54 guards outside. I don't know what their detection radius is practically. Fuck.
Enough to hold out.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm done for.
Yeah. Don't think so either. I'll give it one more try and then I'll move out of here. There's so many mortars around that thing too. Like that should have like a storage probe or something crazy that's hard to get. Right? Different weather conditions. Can I force weather conditions by just teleporting into my skull repeatedly?
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Enough to hold out. Heal me.
It's crazy.
I'm not gonna make it. I'm done for.
If someone can find out what's in that box just to satisfy my curiosity. Diogenes, the covetous. Okay. Hey man, let me tell you about my definition of a man.
Ignite my team. Up here. Shoot them while they're distracted. Spectacularly done. Nice work.
No, I accidentally killed a bunch of recluse mortifuls, so that's good. Three BP and an accuracy augment. It's funny. I guess even if you felt relatively incentivized to fight the notorious monsters, it still feels like because of all the other systems conspiring to collapse each other, that you should simply wait until you have a flying level 50 Skell with Phoenix to kill 90% of them, right? Like, I don't think you're ever incentivized to fight tyrants outside of a Skell. Minimum, right? Okay, I've mostly looped around, so let's try doing the center of Oblivion now, and then we'll go do a story mission. Anything on the big of this, top of this big ring thing? Top the giant ring. I think that technically matters. Hold on, do I have... So if I just unlock that scenic viewpoint and I have a research probe here for money, does that mean that that probe is going to produce more money now? The way that works isn't super clear to me. Yeah, this game absolutely loops back around to being a toy, even in the definitive edition. It works great as a toy. Yeah. I think maybe if they had leaned into that from the beginning and not had all of these like crazy interlocking systems, that it would be less offensive to me as a product. Game versus toy horseshoe theory is pretty funny. What the fuck? It's kind of funny. Toy pretending to be a game harder than anyone's ever pretended before. It seems like they made a really good toy. Like, they're really, really, really good. Cute to put a collectible up there. That's unusual for this game. To identify that that is an interesting place that a player might want to check out. Credits plus 500 credits per probe level for a scenic viewpoint special location. Okay. Kind of hard to keep track of where all of the scenic viewpoints you haven't found are, though, right? What is it? Ferdinand the Fortuitous. They're named just like notorious monsters in Final Fantasy 11. Oh, I didn't mean to upset the Canyon Siluth. Sorry, guy. You guys can stop fire carnivaling now. That's... Do not need to move in and do some damage. Oh, that's cool. Imagine if, like, you tried to modify this game and try to lean into the things that it's already strong at. And there was no combat, right? You could still have skells, because, like, going from being on foot to being in a skell to flying with the skell is kind of a cool transition. Maybe the game is just about like exploring this planet and like cataloging different kinds of creatures and having like cool, you know, Metroid Prime scan text for every creature. Then you feel really rewarded for like going in a cave and finding a unique bug or something. Right, or even keep the notorious monsters, but you have to catalog them. That sucks. Yeah, Animal Crossing Blade Edition. Yeah, exactly. I think I would literally like this game better if it was structured like Animal Crossing. It'd be cool if some of the creatures were still like aggro, right? And you made a game that was about, you know, trying to develop technologies that lets you avoid that. So you know, get a technology at some point in the game that lets you be invisible temporarily or masks your scent. Makes it so you don't make any sound. You can make all kinds of little puzzles for each creature. Part of the big problem is that there's all this like biodiversity in the game. All these different creatures that they've clearly spent a lot of time putting together and adding, 99% of which don't fucking matter because they all degenerate to the same stupid XP and loot table. Because that's the thing that they've chosen to focus on. I think making this game a single player, because like Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is, let's make, you know, Skyrim inspired JRPG. And I have a lot of problems with Xenoblade Chronicles 1, but it kind of works in that game. But this one, I think, very explicitly needs to be about exploration and shouldn't have any of the JRPG shit. Like, none of that is helping at all. Maxed every class in the game and all the jobs of every party member. God. This is where the weird jumping mechanic is kind of imprecise. Probably need to sprint, but then like it's really easy to overshoot. I got up there, but then I ran off because of the overshooting problem. There we go, first try. They are in this game. Every system in this game exists in competition with every other system in this game. Everything that they greenlit to add to it makes everything else worse. There is like zero synergy. Obviously wasn't what I was saying. Come on. Alright, let's go get a fuel refill before the next mirror tick. I'll try to do the next quest. Alright, so I needed Gwyn to be affinity level 1 to do his stupid quest, and he has to be in my party? What was this again? 9 lives in boot camp. Wilma, Lynn, and Gwyn. I don't know if I actually ended up getting him to the affinity level he needed. So I gotta go pick him up first. So that's where Lao is. Gwyn can be found here. So he's south of Lao. Pretty funny. It sounds like it's that first round iteration we were talking about, right?
Stay sharp out there.
All right, so
Great.
North end of Barista Court, which is in the commercial district. Ties that bind.
Get a load of this. Get a load of this.
By the way,
It's northeast of me? I've been to it before. Hold on. It's an awkward hex, I think. Or is this one actually done? Completed Gwyn's Affliction. Okay. The other one was... Real up. Boot camp. I didn't. The Outfitter's Test Hangar. Pretty crazy that the game is seemingly utterly disinterested in like helping you with finding prerequisites for quests. I feel like what you would do with this is you would say, okay, Chapter 11 requires these affinity missions, so go ahead and accept Chapter 11, and now we're going to point you to the affinity missions, and then we're going to say, like, oh, you can't do this one until you get Gwyn's affinity up, so we're going to point you to level up Gwyn's affinity, right, and so on. So I need affinity with Gwyn, but he can't be in my party. Okay. I'm gonna say I have insufficient affinity now. Alright, so let me do it. What do you know? Did enough bare-ass quests with him standing behind me that we're friends now.
everyone's here with you.
Turned in like
Perfect.
30 items that were already in my pocket.
Why do I feel like we're about to be asked for a favor?
No. I mean, yes.
Gwyn has desperate and pleading look on face. Let Tatsu guess. Gwyn is dying of hunger and want Linley to make big dessert for us.
Not even close, Shorty.
Well, if you're in a place like this,
Exactly. I need to get stronger. Be a better soldier.
You reduce the affinity to represent each
Come on,
heart
Gwyn, you're plenty tough
in the
already.
definitive edition.
But I need to be tougher. I'm still nowhere near Leon's level.
Who's Leon?
Who's Leon?
now I get it. All right, so how can we help? You're looking for some advice?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we can say anything useful, we'll need to get a feel for your current abilities. Let's start with a round of mock combat.
What? But you'll mop the floor with me.
It's an exercise, Gwyn. It's not about winning.
Exactly. Now get ready.
Well, all right. I'll give it my best, ma'am. Oh yeah.
They've seen us.
All over.
Gravity blast! Take the initiative! Close in! My turn!
Leave this to me.
It seems kind of mean.
Keeping everyone. It's no use. My weapons just don't pack enough punch. I need better gear. Right? Right? Forget defense. The best offense is a huge gun.
Okay.
You really think so?
Don't I?
Lynn, what are your thoughts on what we just saw?
Well,
No, be honest, please.
okay. Well, it sort of felt like your weapons were using you instead of the other way around.
They were using me?
Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way, but we mechanics have a little saying. Even the fanciest, most high-tech tools are useless in the hands of an amateur.
I think that sums it up perfectly. You don't need a more powerful weapon. You just need more skill handling them.
Jeez.
Without the
Skill
fundamentals
issue.
in place,
Rude.
A magical wonder gun would be wasted on you.
Just playing music like this is a kind thing to say.
I never thought of that.
Hey, you fucking loser.
We'll begin with
Jesus.
some simple drills. Hold on a second. I have the perfect tool for this.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Calling this guy, fucking calling him out for this skill issue. Purchase a soldier assault rifle from the shop. This is a joke, right? If you consider not being shit at everything you do. See, there's an item up here, and I want to grab it real quick. Oh, is that what that gear is? Cut time debuff 5. I'm sure that is extremely useful. Is it literally just sending me to the armory? This is nuts. Why is game? What the fuck? I'm always impressed when a game that appears to have set out like what the legal parameters for like a quest or a mission or a puzzle are, nevertheless adds something that's like utterly outside those parameters randomly, right? I keep thinking of that Final Fantasy 12 thing where you have to like equip a specific accessory in order for a puzzle to be solved, when like the game has not created the expectation whatsoever that your equipment affects like cutscenes in any way or puzzles in any way.
Wait, seriously? This thing?
So you remember it.
How could I forget? This clunker's the first gun they hand enlistees. You really think this'll help?
Yes. And that's why I'm forbidding you from using any other weapon for now.
But this thing is just...
Elma chose it for you, Gwyn. She must have a reason.
Right. Sorry. Thank you, Colonel. I'll try it out and see how it goes.
Good. In fact, I just got orders for some new missions.
Instead of normal
so why don't
quests
we go
is
give
weirdly
them a
complete,
try?
but the main story feels half-baked. Oh. Because I'm overriding my mission each time. I don't know how many it's actually giving me.
3 missions? Right this second?
Stow the chatter, soldier, and move out!
Ma'am, yes, ma'am!
Yes, Elma is even harsher drill sergeant than Mustache Man.
Ah, this is nothing. The Colonel had quite the reputation back in the Corps.
I said move your feet, not your mouth.
Ma'am! Yes, ma'am!
Is there any other game that passes Game Toy Horseshoe Theory that has so many ridiculous interlocking systems that are so stupid in concert that the game just kind of wraps around and becomes a toy again? Because if you were to spend any time focusing on those toys, you would die from psychic damage. Alright, what do we got going on here? Where the fuck am I going? I want to just fly somewhere. Primordia? Okay, that's why we don't just fly places. getting item boxes, because that's fun for me. He's 90 skill. A laser that one-shots everything except for 5 tyrants.
Engaging. I appreciate the help.
All right, I'm getting the hang of it.
I actually really would like to play the version of this game that's built around like an Animal Crossing loop of going around and chronicling all the different species and doing field studies. Just does not care about the combat part at all.
Now it's my turn. Here.
Ultra slash!
Do you feel more competent now, Gwyn?
Okay, let's do it like this.
With a soldier assault rifle, I just saw it. So, does he have it equipped already? They're kidding about this shit, right? I don't know if I can like do some damage with.
Going in. Use melee attacks.
Thanks, my turn.
Can't switch target to these things. There we go.
Here.
Does it count if Gwyn's dead? Oh man, I'm kind of worried. If it needs me to level up Gwyn to 45 to be able to do a killing blow on these dudes, we're in trouble.
See how you like this.
It did not give me credit. Fuck this shit. Hold on. I can try. I'm not technically allowed to use one, right? Oh boy. I can just change back without any penalty, right? Don't know which one is the right one. It just says a soldier assault rifle, so I already had some on me apparently when I bought the one for the quest. Oh, it doesn't even save that shit in the definitive edition. Pretty fucked up. Well, let's see first if if I get it with it equipped while I'm in the Skell, maybe. I didn't actually expect that to work, but
All right, I'm getting the hang of it.
Okay, yes, that did work. Thank you. Maybe it would have worked if Gwyn was alive as well. This is a pretty significant like level check, I guess. You need to learn how to fight with a sword and a simple assault rifle, Gwyn, or you can just do that. It's another valid option. Just a different kind of Swede? Is that actually what we're doing here? Doesn't even look different. I believe you that there's some way to do the ground combat that's actually exploiting the systems, but it really doesn't feel like the game is telling me to care about that at all. Whoops. Oh. That time it counted. That's funny. I wonder why. Wait, what? Did I accidentally complete Elma's? What the fuck was Elma's task A? Defeat 2 silver Swedes. Defeat 2 silver Femina Swedes. Defeat 2 tough armored Swedes. So inadvertently the second task auto completes the first task? What the fuck? I guess some of them died to the Phoenix and that still counted? But it didn't count the first time I did that. So maybe there's like weird rules to determine whether you count as having equipped the soldier machine gun. Okay, well, that apparently also was good enough because I was already in combat. And it ended up giving credit because, I guess because I killed one in combat, and then without ending combat, I switched to the Skell and activated the Phoenix. Whatever. This is a video game. It's definitely true. Video toy. There's a lot of arms testing Veras board missions with this kind of rule structure. They have the same logic. I haven't actually done them. Gotcha.
Well, how do you
Kind of
feel
mission
after
that just
swinging
seems
that
like
weapon
it,
around?
like... We'll talk about it in a sec.
I think I... Could I ask for another round, ma'am?
You got it. Get ready.
Oh yeah.
They've seen us.
I have the shot. Firing. That's it. Melee strike. Sliding.
Blast of fury!
He's doing particularly well here.
Recuperate. Use an aura to hide your power, and don't let up. Upper hand.
Assault hammer!
Sliding. Slinger.
We're getting there!
Shadow strike.
Blast of fury!
Split end. Flame grenade. Chroma. Move in and keep the rhythm going.
Assault hammer!
Infuriate.
Burst grenade!
Upper hand. Now, spectacularly done. How did that feel?
Pretty good, judging by the look on his face.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Colonel. Now I know to focus on the fundamentals. I remember now. Leon used to stay late and just drill on the basics for hours and hours.
So, who is this Leon anyway?
His name is Squall.
Was my best friend.
Leon was Arena's younger brother. He didn't make it on board the White Whale.
Oh, Gwen. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just, he was my hero, you know? Always looking out for me. And Arena always looked so happy when he was around. I always envied that. And him. That's why I want to be just like him.
Must surpass Leon, not just admire him.
She's right. We can't have you settling for good enough.
Wow. Now we've got 2 drill sergeants.
You're right. I shouldn't settle for being like him or anyone else. Time stopped for Leon back on Earth, but my clock's still ticking. I should focus on the best me that I can be. I realize that now. In fact, who knows? Maybe I'll even surpass
The
Leon
very
someday.
Japanese
When
attitude.
that day comes, I want a rematch, okay?
Of course. I wouldn't miss it.
Still, from the looks of things, that's a long way off. If you want to be strong enough to protect Arena, that is.
What? How did you even...
Oh, come on.
Let's protect Sweet D. Reynolds.
You get these puppy dog eyes every time you talk about her.
If even Lynn's calling you out on this, I'd say you should take note of it.
Guess it's more than just my combat skills that need work.
Okay. So what I was going to say is that it sounds like exactly what Spikey just said of the intention burden, right? It seems like the attention cost of considering one of those missions, of like looking at it in the list of missions compared to all the other missions that give degenerate rewards. The cost of even thinking about doing it means that thinking about doing it is a waste of time, right? I think there's a lot of things in video games that are like that. That's part of what stresses me out about trying to play Path of Exile, and that I constantly feel like I'm being faced with decisions that I am wasting my time to even consider. You know what I mean? Let's do classes. I should want to do all of these, but I don't care. Like, it's wild because I love like being able to change classes and max everything in a game like Final Fantasy V. This game is like screaming at me, don't even look at this menu. Why would you bother, you fool, you absolute moron? Okay, so it doesn't reset your skills at least. That's nice. Should decide if I want something other than some of these here. Probably useless. Probably useless. Not gonna do that. Maybe extra armor. Yeah, I don't know what I feel like these are the ones to take because these are all like the most straightforward, useful stats. I guess max TP is kind of useless. It was all fine. Strictly better, I think. Lower magazine capacity. Whatever. Accuracy, I guess. Okay, so let's try going back to Blade HQ and let me see if it lets me accept this quest here. X4. I love how the main shops in the game are in the administrative district, not the commercial district. I think the commercial district is like all of the like, you know, pizza shops and diamond ring shops that you can't go into. You know, the things that we had to build priority in our ruins of human civilization.
Yep, and get this.
Where the fuck is L? He's supposed to be standing right here? Let me spend some mirror real quick. L can often be found. What? You gotta be kidding me. L is a playable character in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. No. Where is he? Where location? Why is he not here? What the fuck? It's a glitch that didn't log it. Okay.
Yep.
He wasn't there. I'm not crazy.
And get this.
Welcome. It seems we are needed.
What is the difference between Shield Trooper and Shield Trooper Plus? Okay.
So, what should I whip up today? Alright, you got it.
I see. So it's the same class, just has two different weapons, I guess.
We need you in the hangar, now!
Commander?
It's Lau. Hey, get away from that! Elma, get your butts over here!
What was that all about? Did I hear him talking to Lau?
Whatever it was, it didn't sound very good. We'd better get to the hangar ASAP.
Admin District Restricted Hangar?
Boy, have you lost your mind! You know damn well what that data means to us, to our entire race!
Of course I do. It means an end to this giant lie. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Commander, what's going on?
Ask Lau.
Being a dick?
We caught him stealing a data terminal with classified intel.
Stealing intel?
Explain yourself, Lau.
You should have let me die that day, Elma. You knew the truth. That I was a Ganglion spy.
What?
I had my suspicions, but I didn't want to believe it.
Your mistake. It'll cost you. The data and your newest skell, the Prog Ares. The Ganglion will appreciate the gift.
Boy, I am gonna kick your ass so hard, your real body will feel
That's
it.
pretty funny.
Not if you value your precious data.
Wow! What the hell's going on here?
Oh, look at this. The whole gang's coming out to say goodbye.
What the hell, Lau?
Hold your fire. He's got the only copy of that data on his mem.
Damn it. A little insurance policy. Sorry, Doug.
You'd betray all your friends? Your entire species?
Well, I'm no big fan of theirs, believe me. The talking cats or that giant leech. But the Ganglion and I share a common goal.
And that is?
Think about it, Doug. You know the answer.
The hell I do! You've lost it, man.
Yeah. I lost it all. Goodbye.
It's pretty funny that the one character I tried to level up ended up betraying us and leaving the party permanently. Well, maybe he comes back after this, I don't know. You master a lot of classes, you can mix and match their weapons. Something that doesn't matter? Maybe matters... Doesn't matter because of skills, right? Couldn't possibly matter? That's cool that you could do that.
All right, what exactly happened back there?
Welp. You all know how Frontier Nav uses the White Whale's trajectory data to simulate potential crash scenarios. Then cross-checks it with our probes to narrow down possible lifehold coordinates. Well, all that work paid off. We finally got enough probes in the ground to accomplish what we've been trying to do. In other words, we can isolate every possible landing zone and scan them to find the lifehold core.
What?
Oh,
Are you certain?
That's what the eggheads tell me.
Tatsu do dance of discovery!
So what are we waiting for? Don't tell me. It's already been destroyed?
If it had been, none of us would be here right now.
Oh, right.
Catch up.
So in other words, Lao sabotaged the whole operation?
That's right. He took the terminal that was analyzing the data and deleted all the backups for good measure.
No, actually, it's a good thing we didn't. No one had any idea where on his MIM he was keeping the terminal. If it was damaged, we'd have to start the entire simulation over again. And there's not enough operating time left on the clock.
Strongest setup in the game is on foot with weapons from 2 different classes. That's crazy.
Then we have no choice.
We have to find Lao and recover that terminal.
For now, let's assume
Is that the
headed
one where
for
you
that
don't even have your
Ganglion
party members
stronghold
with you?
about north of Silvalum. We'll need to hurry.
I just hope that Gajarg guy was telling the truth.
Everything is riding on this mission. Don't screw it up. That goddamn good-for-nothing... What the hell is he after?
Okay. Ganglion base in Caldros. Dual gun skill that makes the next X attacks miss you.
This reading.
Overdrive can reduce the cooldown of that skill to the point where you never get hit.
Prog Ares.
Do 1 billion damage with the right longsword. Interesting.
This puts its signature in the middle of the large chamber on the other side of this structure.
You think we found Lao then?
He can't be far. Let's go.
Okay. I have no idea how to open this.
All right. Let's look around and see if we spot another entrance.
How about door up over there?
That's where I went at the beginning. Why even make me walk over here? It's... like further up? I didn't see what the camera was trying to point to. So a different door, like just around the corner? Is that what we're getting at? Oh god, is this the mission where I have to do it on foot? Fuck. Well. Afraid of this exact thing happening. At least by being level 60, most of these guys can't aggro me. Just saying, I'm worried there's going to be a story mission that arbitrarily forces me to not use a skill. That's going to require me to like grind for money for hours to get a gear set that lets me progress the story without being super fucked.
We're gaining ground. I need recovery.
Enemy just count as an ambusher, I guess.
Somehow I knew something like this was going to happen.
The clock's ticking. Take it down quickly.
It seems the sniffing dogs have risen.
See how much of a nightmare this is here. Maybe I'll win on level difference combat math like Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Thank you. Level 60 bug flower. I'm glad I set a group of like 7 bugs on fire like 50 times. Really built up my skills here. Jeez, this sucks. Come on, it's almost dead. Okay. About to say. Have some kind of like low health thing it can do that makes it way more dangerous.
What do you think it is?
Part of a machine?
Silly friends, it obviously keyed to big door from before.
I actually think he's right.
Okay. Wow. This way we can ride our skells in.
Exactly.
Another one of those. Wait, is there like a weird specific entrance to this place? Oh boy. The dot seems to be pointing me somewhere underground. Just go back in the door that I started from. Oh, I can. Okay, thank you. That one happens to be bigger. Appreciate it. Trying to get out here so I can push this button.
I expected no less from NLA's #1 team.
Lau!
Ganglion really are afraid, you know. Even Luxar, their leader, trembles at the idea we might get our bodies back. That's why he had me stick around here, to keep you out of his tendrils.
You knew we had no choice. We had to chase after that stolen data terminal.
None of this will matter soon. Once they destroy the Lifehold core and all of us with it, this'll all be over.
You don't sound so excited anymore.
Of course I'm excited. Why wouldn't I be? Finally stop living this goddamn lie. We'll all be free at last.
Okay.
We'll all be dead, Lau. How does that free anyone? Instead of reuniting with our real flesh and blood?
Wrong. We're already dead, Lynn. Our flesh and blood burned away with the earth.
Listen, Lau. We don't have time for a debate here. We came here for that terminal, and we're taking it back with us, whether you like it or not.
Of course. You wouldn't want to hear this, would you? Or have them hear it. Fair enough.
Wait, to fight him in a cool robot with wheels on the top? I guess that's for when he turns into car mode. Yep, he sure is in that robot. Because I'd rather be fighting a human character that I like know from earlier in the game. The end of the very boring Ganglion. Oh, so he's an Ares. It's the level 91 that you unlock in the endgame, you said? My cooldowns are still ticking while an enemy is bound, right? Vadra flails. Sorry, none of those cut. I feel like his robot doesn't look like particularly threatening compared to other robots. Yeah.
This is wrong. Humanity should have died out along with the Earth. We should have let nature take its course and accepted our fate.
You don't believe that, Lau. If you did, you would have never volunteered to work on Project Exodus in the first place. Or on the White Whale's crew.
Well, I was a believer once. I honestly thought we could pull it off. I knew we couldn't save everyone, of course. Billions of people in that time frame. But a cross-section of races, religions? Yes, it felt like all the usual politics disappeared. People from different countries had to come together. There was no other choice. This was survival. So I signed up.
So what happened?
It was all lies. If you weren't rich, or connected, or part of the First World elite, you got left to die on Earth.
What?
Oh, yes. The only reason people like you and me got on board the White Whale is because they could use our skills, exploit our talents. But everyone else, all those countless souls boxed up in your precious Lifehold core, the same elitist bastards that decided they're the only part of humanity worth saving.
No.
If you don't believe me, ask Elma.
I can't say I agreed with how all the passengers were chosen. But I
The
hardly
Affinity
see how it
mission was
justifies this madness.
kind of relevant in this
We were
case.
acting to save the human race.
It's like the Futurama episode where they're like building the Ark.
By race, by class, religion,
We already have
country,
one of these.
age.
Rejected.
As if it matters in the end. On a genetic level, the differences are insignificant.
No, not insignificant. Not to humans, but really, how could you understand, Elma? Sorry, but I won't let those bastards purge what made us human. They'll kill us all first.
Lau, look. I admit I had no idea about any of this. But killing what's left of us isn't going to solve anything. It's you playing
Well,
God
since they
instead of
already
them.
won and selected the
How is that
elites,
fair?
punishing them now isn't going to solve anything.
Talk to me about fair. Is it fair what happened to my wife and little girl?
He seems kind of justified.
That's why I volunteered. I didn't sign up for Project Exodus because I wanted to save the human race. No. I signed up for Project Exodus because I wanted to save my family. We knew there were no guarantees we'd be chosen, of course. We promised each other we'd accept our fate either way. But at least, this way, we had a chance. We had something to hope for. Hope was all we asked for. But there was never any hope. Not really. The decision was already made. We just didn't know it yet. These scum deserve to die, Elma.
No one deserves to die, Lau.
Well, except
Tell
your
that to
family.
Charmaine.
They did.
Tell it to everyone we left back on Earth. And
He's
you,
kind of interesting. I feel like they could have spent more
Seal
time
the fate
developing
of
this
all those
concept, but
people.
I like it as a concept.
Lied. You lied about why no one could know who made it onto this ship until after launch.
The decision came down to saving a subset of humanity or total extinction.
Why is Elma so
I stand
important in
by that
this?
decision, and I'd do it again.
They're talking about her like she's like
Enough talk.
president of humanity or
I
something?
don't expect you to agree with every decision.
Maybe that was like
made
10
in the
years ago
past,
and she is president of humanity and I forgot.
But I won't let you destroy humanity's future.
Fair enough.
Just that she has like a military clearance or something so she knows some more of the specifics.
That won't stop me. It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
They're cut immediately to our characters yelling goofy shit.
Mindstorm!
Sorry about your dead family, Lau. Two wrongs don't make a right? Question mark? Invincible. I guess is he just immune to melee attacks? It seems like every time I hit him with G-Buster, it says invincible. Still don't know what governs whether or not my overdrive gets extended when I activate it in the skill. Feels much less fleshed out than the ground overdrive.
We need a little pick-me-up.
I'm worried every time I knock him up like that, he's like out of range of my allies and I can't get him back down.
We think we need a little
I
pick-me-up.
appreciate the help.
Tried to like lead him further down. Doesn't seem like it's happening. Like enemies who can float really don't know what to do about getting phoenixed because they just get knocked up and then just end up flying further and further in the air. What time it did damage?
Settle down.
How you guys doing down there? You doing okay? Nice. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. The story in this game has been... I feel like it's wasting the setting for almost the whole game in terms of the main story missions, but this was good. He's kind of interesting as a character. Did the previous mission set up his betrayal at all, or did he talk about losing his wife and daughter?
The data.
Go ahead, Elma. Go ahead and shoot. If you're so sure of yourself.
Just don't hit the terminal. So, what's it gonna be? The chest or the head? You've got a 50-50 chance. The fate of all humanity hanging in the balance. Gotta love those odds. So, what are you waiting for?
I see.
No, Elma, not like this! Step aside, Lynn. If I can shut down his MIM, there's still a good chance we can extract the data afterwards.
No, damn it, that's not even the point! We're all on the same side here!
You.
That's nice.
You too?
Thank you. Elma, listen. I understand Lau's anger. I lost my family to an accident a long time ago. But if someone promised me a chance of saving them, and that was all a self-serving lie, who knows what I would
I'm actually kind of impressed at the game for taking this stance. I thought they were just going to do the, oh,
It's disturbing and corrupt and
two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah. That's exactly what makes us human.
Wait.
Maybe we really should have been wiped out of existence. But then...
Do you have a Monado, like, hair clip?
The data terminal. Take it.
What? But Lau...
I'm abandoning my little crusade. Guess I'm just as corrupt as anyone else.
Lau,
I changed my mind.
changed your mind.
I thought this was about them, but somewhere along the way,
Well, it's not from her
it
gear.
became about me and about revenge.
It's over now.
So go. The Lifehold core has built-in auto defenses. It'll take them some time to destroy it. If you hurry,
I see.
you might still make it in time.
He's right. There's no
I don't know
time
how
to
you could
lose.
possibly have a
Lynn,
break between this and
you first
chapter 12 and
analysis.
13.
It's technically possible, but without the full NLA
Go back to
mainframe
fucking around doing Infinity missions and
Way
opening
too much
boxes,
time.
right? That's what I'm gonna do.
Then we have no choice. Let's get back to the city ASAP.
Lau too. Come back with us to New LA.
Yeah, right. As if I could ever set foot inside that city again.
It won't be like that. Not once everyone knows the facts, at least. They might not agree, but they will understand.
You're naive, Lynn. They lock me up and toss away the key. Or worse, a lot worse.
Maybe, but that's on you. You have a lot to answer to. So either way, we're taking you back with us.
I'd rather be shot.
Come on, Lau. Let's go home.
They're gonna let him get away with it so he can become a party member again, because that's pretty funny.
But there's no time to evac me. You go ahead.
But that's... Elma.
He's right, Lynn. Time is running out. We need to move.
But let's like go AFK in a
Fast.
cave for another 60 hours.
All right, then. Lau, we'll send some medics for you, okay? Just stay put. Until then, you're not allowed to die, you hear me? We'll see you back in New LA.
Sure. Great, you got it. How about you go already?
Okay.
Tatsu will split special lunchbox with Lau. Because Lindley says Lau not allowed to die. so Lao stay alive for Lindley or else Tatsu kill him.
One charming thing Tatsu has done in the whole game. The bento boxes are kind of weird and out of place.
Not allowed to die. Of course I'm not. Even if I killed myself, I'd just wake up in a new mem.
See, that's interesting. So this setting is so interesting.
Charmaine, Chenchi, I'm so sorry, girls. Seems like Papa can't come to be with you just yet. Damn it. I'm sorry. You watch over each other until I get there.
It's unfortunate that like the most interesting character moment in the entire game simply exists for the bad guys to get what they need, right? So what does it mean to say that I have Prague Ares now? Is that like a decoration again? My barracks or whatever? Hold on. Blade Towers, Administrative District. Okay.
Listen,
Bento box lunches are a classic part of Los Angeles cuisine.
Yes, sir.
Thank God. Let's get it analyzed.
Commander, hold on. Lao's still back at the Ganglion base in Caldros. He's seriously injured.
Yeah? And? What exactly are you getting at? I know you aren't suggesting we help that backstabbing bastard. He tried to kill you guys.
He's a party member and we spent XP on him.
He's been through a lot, Commander.
I don't know if they're doing this out of like a cynical, we don't want to have you lose a party member you spent XP on, but at this point it's like,
When we signed off on Project Exodus,
just do the Eris thing, right? Just cut her. Too bad.
potentially hundreds of them. Look at Irina. She's still struggling with losing her brother. But we moved forward anyway, for the greater good of mankind.
Irina didn't try to kill us. In fact, she's been doing everything she can to help further Blade's cause.
Are you sure?
Hmm?
According to Gwyn, she's been acting strange, reckless, almost suicidal. He thinks maybe she wants to die.
It takes different forms, but it's coming from the same place as Lao. Of course, it's no excuse for what he's done, just putting it in perspective.
I like that idea of your new society being like a
Thank you.
just a collection of ticking time bombs of people freaking out and having PTSD about leaving people behind.
Especially after I break every bone in his body.
It's going to take a bit to complete the analysis. Let's regroup at the barracks.
All right, well that was the best story mission in the game. I mean, most of it was, you know, running around fighting robots, but the part with Lao was kind of good. It was like actually commenting on like the setup at the beginning, which I thought was great. Most of the game has been like whatever. There's like cat girl alien enemies that are trying to exterminate you for no particular reason. All right, so the reason I did that is because now I can do a what the fuck is her name? Who's the lady? Kirsty? Xenoblade Chronicles X gives pros, but only after chapter 11. Caldros Trailblazing, I think. Yeah. Refuel really quick. Do not make that the #1 option. First, let's see what I require for the next mission. Standard anime gender dimorphism, I guess. Obtain the Skull Flight module. This one is substantially easier to qualify for than whatever. It's fine. We'll do it later. All right, so Ishmael Hills in the residential district. That is, but I'll try to find it. Cathedral. Entire wing of Blade made up of therapists and mediators, yeah. This is a really inefficient use of space, especially when everyone's a fucking robot. I don't think I've been in this neighborhood before. Front yard of a house south of Deliverance Park. Where the hell is Deliverance Park? There's gonna be a question mark, right?
Listen.
There she is. Storage probe. Chapter 13 is the final chapter, you said? I really do think the ganglion are, like, utterly uninteresting. Like, I do not give a shit about them at all, and I really wish that the game was mostly concerned with, like, humans, and you can have the, you know, the Xenos drive them off Earth or whatever, but I don't think it's necessary to have them literally involved with all of the hassle on this planet. Mira. Missions. 12 is the last story mission? Okay, so if I trigger that, I beat the game. The trigger credits and everything. I literally just have to wait for a mirror tick for this one. Oh, I don't know. Alright, that's fine. So my plan is I'm going to keep doing side stuff like opening boxes today because that's fun, and then next week or the week after I might push through and finish, since we already have 67 hours, including all the time spent. Some of it was AFK, but I spent a lot of attentive hours running in and out of that widget cave to get max blade rank. I guess if there's any, like, really substantial, interesting side quests that y'all think are worth doing, let me know.
Let's try this. Take the initiative. Close in. Ignite my Phoenix wing. Shield wall.
That's crazy. They just decided to totally cut it.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Like, probably a good choice given that there was one that was obviously much better than the others, right? Now I have to wait for a tick. So I'm just gonna open boxes until it shows up. It's too bad because I'm like barely short on being able to afford it.
They're awfully forward.
You just had a frontier nap tick.
Sorry. I can't seem to get fired up.
The highest level cave in the game.
Look out.
Yeah, fuck.
Powerful enemy incoming.
You guys want to drop combat at any point? Okay. One in here, surrounded by level 60 bugs. And a level 46 notorious monster? What is this video game? Nice.
It's a four-seat horse.
So nice. Draw opening damage 7, but like,
What a nice hot welcome. What a nice hot welcome.
bonus damage on your first attack or something like that.
Reinforcements. Watch out.
Move in now.
Alright, I feel like the rest of this cave is probably not worth trying to do. Caves are all fun though. Is it on there? I didn't see it. Is it competitive damage-wise to other augments that also affect Phoenix? Thermal? Or ranged attack? A G9 probe, that's good. Doesn't matter until I get this storage probe. Still waiting on a mirror tick. If I hadn't have bought a little bit of fuel, we'd be good. this one back here. Yeah, this game's bad. It's impenetrable. Exactly. Who the hell knows?
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Go away, Tornado Jakul. When it's time for your bullshit. Drop battle, please. Thank you.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Gravity blast! Take the initiative! Close in now! My I appreciate the help.
I don't know why I'm doing this on the ground. It seems like a waste of time.
Shoot them while they're distracted. Ready? Too bad! Not bad. There's still more! Move in!
Put a sock on them.
Disc bomb. Oh, really? What are they? Like, what kind of weapon is it? I don't even recognize the name. I think a lot of these are inside the volcano in the area I couldn't get to earlier. Skull auto attack. Get to see some cool areas doing this at least. Didn't even see you there, man. You hadn't spawned in yet. Jesus. One sec. I think it's the cave I can't get into, the other ones are. Oh, they got a bunch of unintended damage from magazine count up. You're saying? Is there any other side content y'all can think of that's like especially compelling? And I guess you know how long chapter 12 is? It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Ignite! My feet up here! Shoot them while they're distracted.
Shield wall!
I always die already!
As for the other races move in.
Ignite my up here! Shoot them while they're distracted.
Level 68. Enhanced attack satyr.
It's a horse-eat horse world.
I'm done for.
My mirror tick yet? No. Are those normal quests? You get the alien, meet the alien races? They actually bothered to make it traversable on foot. That is crazy. Like, why would you? Okay. My bubble for this game is kind of popping. Now that the final mission is accessible. I enjoy flying around and opening up boxes. I don't know if anyone's ever had this experience with like back when I used to be a rabid completionist, I would frequently what would happen is I would get like 98% of the way done with the game and know that I didn't want to actually beat it until I got to 100%, and then I would just like totally lose motivation because something would just like pop the bubble for me, and I would end up just not beating the game. I would get to 98% in all kinds of games. I think I never beat Tales of Symphonia because of that. I was trying to do absolutely everything and was almost done, and I was like, yeah, never mind. There's a platforming gauntlet down there to get to the fortress. That's crazy. And you could just fly to it. I think even the provision of flight is kind of crazy. Like, it's kind of like an MMO in that regard, where you get the flying mount and it undercuts the design of the entire zone, which is why World of Warcraft moved to disabling flight until you're literally done, right? Like in modern WoW, you don't get flying mounts until you have all of the achievements for the entire expansion, and then you can fly. So that it doesn't like undercut all of their zone design. You had that with Final Fantasy 12, yeah. I'm enjoying flying around and picking the stuff up because there's often cool like elements to the level that I wouldn't have appreciated if a box wasn't forcing me to find it. Like this. It seems like there's something down here. Oh, I just got my mirror tick. Let me grab this real quick since I'm here and then I'll port. I would have noticed this cool little area that they went to the trouble of putting here. It's definitely the best part of the game. I think the beginning when you're trying to get all the probe sites feels really, really fun to do. Gotta go back to the residential district, turn this shit in. Can't transfer your save. My first stream of this game was on launch day for the Wii U version. What am I doing here? Missions. Too bad it was off by like 600 before. Let me look up, I'm gonna bring up the Frontier Nav website to figure out where to put this storage node. Hold on. I know it's in Oblivious somewhere, but I don't want to fuck it up. Moving them is very annoying. Yeah, it doesn't make sense if the game really needed just a second pass at all, right? And so even just getting one additional iterative pass on the core mechanics was enough to improve things very noticeably. I have fuel recovery probes and ranged attack probes. Where the fuck did these... I've also apparently got an extra storage probe and I don't know where it came from. Oh my god, stats that are effective in the region? No thank you. Don't even want to think about that. Seems like it would be borderline necessary for fighting some of the more difficult bosses without all the cheese that breaks the game. Alright, so that's 2 probes, almost doubled my Mira storage, which is crazy. I can try to start... I guess I'm just looking for all boxes, so it doesn't really matter if I'm looking for specific ones. Got a level 9 mining probe recently. I think those go in... Sylvalum? Placing them now. Oops, I didn't mean to warp there. Residents of Fate, the one with the guns. What else is a 9? The rest of the 9s are all in the corner, I think. Yeah, I'm only mining like 55,000 now. Any other booster probes to pick up at this point? The ridiculously overdesigned mechanic where there are buff towers. Enemies drop different colors of hexagon sets that can overlay on the world map to connect the towers to where you want the buff. Yeah, that sounds right. I guess you could call this game ridiculously over-designed, but it's interesting that it's over-designed like wide rather than deep, right? There's too many systems, all of which received no iteration whatsoever, as opposed to an over-designed game where they like iterated on one idea way too much and now it's like way more complicated than it needs to be. I think this game does not need the weird loot system at all. It's like way more complicated than it needs to be for what practically is actually going on.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
Good thing we subdued some of these nephites here.
Our skills were indisputably superior.
Wait, did I already get this one? God, I think I did. We should put a little X on them. There was another square that was close to here. It must have been one of the tier 9 probes or something. Residents of Fate, Square Enix. Game quest, one for maxing the primordial like to be the one you already have. Okay, I'm not gonna bother then. I'm gonna do a little bit more flying around, but I'm thinking about just going to chapter 12 now. We are at about 68 hours of playtime here. That was the main story estimate, which seems correct given you need to wait that long just to get enough money to afford this high level skill. Like, what is the minimum, do you think, to beat this game realistically? Is it like level 55 and a level 30 skill, or is I don't know, some of that flying stuff was pretty tricky. I guess I needed this skill to have any chance to get the off the record level 5 field skill increases. But that last mission I did was blessedly forgiving. Where I've really struggled with basically every other story mission in the game. It's very infrequent that I've just loaded in and been able to win without having to leave and go grind somewhere. Oh, the Star Ocean people, okay. Fighting the level 92 dinosaur on foot at level 21. Were they doing the did they fix that mind control shenanigan for the definitive edition? My kingdom for just a little like up arrow, down arrow for relative elevation for nearby yellow squares. I get that it like turns less translucent when you're close to it. Let's be in a cave down here. I feel like some of the caves are crazy hidden. If not for like a well-placed box right outside. Other side of the wall. Yeah, no kidding. That's cool.
They've seen us.
I think I might have an easier time seeing what I'm doing if I go first person here. Oh, can I not with the robot?
Sleeping dogs have risen.
Love subduing Milsatis.
Still alive.
Ignite! My I'm here! Shoot them while they're distracted. Stay down! Spectacularly done.
Wonderful. We are still alive.
It's really funny having your party members running around below your robot. Where can I see my map completion percentage?
It seems the sleeping
On the
dogs have
gamepad
risen.
when I'm like selecting where to warp to?
Well,
Oh, fuck.
this is an Earth
No, not Dura, the imprisons. I don't have time for this.
Looks like you've got a newcomer.
I think we need a little pick-me-up.
about that.
We can do
Don't
this.
pick me up. What the fuck?
This is wearing you down. You're not gonna make it.
Hit harder.
So this guy wouldn't even really count as a super boss, right?
It's not over until the fat baby sings.
Ares 91 shots.
Move it now. While you still can.
That's the one that requires online multiplayer tickets to practically be able to build in the post game. That cave was kind of cool. Need to have caves you can actually explore with the skull. Oh, really? This thing? Yeah, I like cool stuff like this. Okay, I'll look for it. After I hit this, I'm gonna go back and refuel before the next mirror tick. Not along with the bottom. Oh, here we go. That's cool. The waterfall. Goma's on the ceiling. This is like a Zelda boss arena. Level 97. The Everqueen. There's this one, there's the big dragon in Noctilum. Let me go refill my fuel really quick. It looks like a Zelda boss arena, but the boss fight's going to be infinitely less interesting. Did you make gravity resist augments, yes or no? Kind of crazy how accurate 68 hours is as a how long to beat for the main story. I wonder for the average player how much of that is spent just like spending time to let money accrue to afford the high level skills. Because I think the base main story estimate is 68. Yeah. Main plus extra is 108. 1-to-1 fuel from uranium. Thank God. I was saying that earlier. Like, I wish it was that way and it wasn't in these weird discrete chunks that I could never afford. Built up another 1.4 million money from doing shit today. Is there any ground combat in Chapter 12? I think there's also stuff to... There's boxes in New LA, I think. Go around, look for those. I've flown around and looked for boxes in basically every zone except Noctilum. Yeah, this game's refuel system is extremely cruel. Frequently forced to waste Mira because of the way you have to have 5,000 at a time. 100% survey took 150 hours. I guess some of the hex-specific objectives sound like they could be kind of fun from a completionist perspective if it's telling you to do weird stuff like kill a specific notorious monster or find a specific box. What did they add in the definitive edition that gives you more rewards for doing hex completion? I already find like the couple boxes in New LA because that would be kind of funny. The residential district is such a like lavish waste of space. 5% hex completion per region as a one-time reward. Okay, that's kind of cool. You hit 50% hexes revealed. Here's $1 million, and that really helps you to afford to pay for like the skill upgrades for your whole party. I do think this game's economy, the Wii U version, the economy is like toast. It's fucking broken. Maybe it made sense when it was online and you could get all kinds of crazy rewards from playing online, but the single player experience is literally hang out in that widget cave for 12 hours. It's crazy to me that they wanted to have seamless between the subzones. I didn't actually realize that I could fly out of New LA into Primordia without a loading screen. That's nuts. Like, especially with this game's crazy short load times, which you said aren't worse on the Switch. I wonder how it'll perform on Switch 2. Oh, they made the Skull Shop pricier to account for the X completion rewards. It's weird. Yeah. It looks, I mean, for a game that's 10 years old, it looks incredible. Basically, all of my complaints with it are like structural math problems. And the way it fails to incentivize you to fucking play the game. For any reason other than do it for its own sake, because it's a cool world and a cool toy to play with. I think one of the things that makes me saddest in video games is when it feels like the developers have put a lot of work into putting content in the game and then I just don't feel like I should care, or that it's been like deprecated by other content. Yeah, a ton of devs saw this, said we should do that open world thing, and then utterly failed to make it work nearly as well on a technical level. I saw a little video that was comparing like load times on the Switch 2, So they were showing like the difference in load times for Breath of the Wild, which is a nightmare on the regular Switch. Like even just teleporting from inside a shrine to the outside sometimes takes like 8-9 seconds. It's actually a little bit more reasonable on the Switch too, but it's crazy that it's like was Monolith helped them make that world, right? Breath of the Wild, and just Nintendo came in and put content in it. That's what this game needs. It needs Nintendo or some other developer to come in and put content in it. Monolith has this like extremely narrow specialty. The video comparison showed 9 seconds. Maybe just that 9 seconds is a really long loading time, so it feels like 30 seconds. Because if I do like return to Skell right now, this is the same load as, oops, I did not mean to do this. Oh no. Okay, I was really worried I was about to fuck something up because of it being offline and hadn't saved recently. If I do return to Skell, 1, 2, 3 seconds. Oh, maybe, true. This game's still really impressively fast loading, given that it's the same pretty much whether you teleport like directly adjacent to where you're standing or if you go all the way across the map. Like, the fuck? Is this some quest I accepted 10 years ago? You guys are about to have an extremely bad day. Now you are Ash. There is an element to this game, it's kind of hard for me to articulate. Think about how to put it. I think that there is a psychological profile of gamer who really enjoys the feeling of like visiting an area, getting your ass kicked, and then coming back at a much higher level and just stomping everything without really having to try. I get that kind of dopamine hit from a game like Sekiro, where you play Sekiro, you get your ass kicked by Genichiro, you get to the end of the game, you fight him again and you kick his ass, and then you start a new save with no mathematical advantages, just knowledge, and you go in and you kick his ass the first time, right? That feels really good to me. But just overwhelming content by having better stats does nothing for me, and in fact actually diminishes my enjoyment of the game. It makes me feel like, oh, you know, now I'm doing stuff like this with a giant robot that just nukes everything for free. I feel like I'm like missing out on the intended experience. Like I assume they designed a lot of these encounters to be actually playable with ground gear on foot. Maybe, I don't know. This game's a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, Xenoblade Chronicles X and 2 are both kind of bad, but the way that X is bad appeals more to your particular brainworms. Yeah. I certainly, like, I haven't been playing this game in just a state of constant misery at all. Like, finding the probes was really, really, really fun. Really good. I loved exploring the world. I loved trying to find stuff when it was hard to get to, like kind of cheating and getting it early by cleverly jumping around. I guess I can envision an alternate version of this game where, like, with the skull being a different layer of the game, it's just literally a different layer where it's just everything you do with the skull takes place in a completely different part of the game. You can't fly the skull around in the areas that you have to explore on foot. You know, everything kind of obeys the laws of the caves more. But I imagine that would reduce the enjoyment for a lot of the players who like doing things on foot extremely slowly and then getting the skull, and the skull letting them just like skip the whole map and cut to all of the item boxes and all of the probes and stuff. But what it does to me is it makes me feel like, oh shit, all that time I spent getting probes early, I really should have just been rushing the skull and the flight module, right? It like diminishes the old way for me to have done it, if that makes sense. Yeah, skull combat is strictly less interesting than ground combat. I totally agree. And unfortunately, it's so much more powerful that it discourages doing ground combat at all. Like, not even just in the end game. Like I was saying, like every time you encounter a notorious monster in this game, it feels like fighting it on the ground is a stupid mistake. Like, don't do that. Just, you know, wait until you can trivially grind a level cap and then blow everything up with the skull instead. And I guess the main feeling I get from that is sadness rather than joy. This is a really cool cave. That looking for item boxes made me find this. You try to trivialize the combat because it doesn't interest you. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I feel like I've played games where I frequently will play a game that gives you like an option. It's like, do you want to go to the 3-star area or the 2-star area first, right? And I get a thrill out of doing the 3-star area first and doing it when I'm not supposed to, or playing like a Final Fantasy game and fighting a boss early, right? But as I've like interrogated my desire to do that, I've realized that every time I choose to do that, every time I choose to go to the 3-star area first, that then this 2-star area is utterly trivial. It's not just like, you know, on curve anymore. It's I've deleted that content by choosing to make the 3-star area slightly harder. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's necessarily a right way to do it in this case, but this particular game is very interesting in that it decided to have this second layer of the game that almost totally nullifies the first layer of the game. Like, totally nullifies, I think. I wonder if the flight module should have been like a post-game, like, do it like World of Warcraft, where like you get it for getting 100% zone completion and then you're permitted to fly in that zone if you have all the hexes complete. It happens you have to redesign stuff so that there are some things that you could physically reach without flying, but you're not borrowing enjoyment from your future self. You're selling the enjoyment of the content for slightly more interesting 3-star content. Yeah. That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah. selling the enjoyment of the 2-star content to pay for more interesting 3-star content. Right. Actual cave. I'm sure my skull is allowed to be on this side. This is another quest I accepted forever ago. Likes cats and dogs. Argues even in a crisis. Exactly. Where was that? I don't know where that was relative to where I just was. I was just gonna fly in and nuke them all, but now I don't see how I got there. Oh well, not important. Oh, really? Teleported me when I, like, went into the cutscene or something?
It's nice. Up here. Shoot them while they're distracted.
Womp womp.
We should weaken them just to be safe.
Nice.
Infamously cheap. Talk about a, like, over-iterated upon system, over-designed system. Oh, level 15.
Take the initiative. Close in.
Lambert the Divine Wind. I feel like that's a familiar name. Yeah, that sounds familiar to me. One of my VODs is named that. That's funny. You actually supposed to fight him? Ah, okay. So what does a level 33 big guy mean? Does he still die instantly to Phoenix? No, no, he doesn't. I guess big means more than level 33. Not putting that in the level is one of the most baffling decisions I've ever seen in a video game. It's crazy to me. Lake is where you first meet the ganglion. Okay. Just take a while. There's a lot of health. A later stage of the helicopter quest, you have to pick a wire to repair it. There's a random conversation you can overhear about how to repair helicopters beforehand. Oh my god. This game is wild. I am very tempted to go initiate chapter 12 and wrap up here. Given how much time I've had to spend off stream. What do y'all think about that? Is there anyone that would really feel like they're missing out on content if I do that? I like flying around and opening up boxes and stuff, but each time I open one, I'm like, this doesn't matter. You just gotta do this to see the cool world. Probably still boxes to be found in the middle of Primordia here. I was mostly following the perimeter before. If you get it wrong, the helicopter crashes on the way home, and that's the end of that NPC's story? Wow. So can you just know it from like looking it up in a guide, or do you have to have overheard the right answer for it to show up as an option? Oh, I still had boxes in this area. Maybe I was more thorough in Primordia than I realized. You just get lucky, it only gives you 2 options. That seems very unlike every other quest in the game, but maybe I'm underestimating that. Alright, Roderick the fleet-footed. It's interesting that even applies to me, that as long as I trigger the target before they run out of range, they still get hit by it. At least it's consistent in that regard. Enjoyed a lot of the fights in FF12. Skinny your teeth fights. I went back before the final boss and they just died instantly, yeah. I remember doing that when I played Final Fantasy 12 years ago. I specifically remember fighting Kahulin, the big gross Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas boss early, and having to like pause constantly to have a chance at beating it. You see, my choices for how much of a complete picture you want of this game are either go beat the story now or spend another 50 hours. And anything between won't do much. Okay. Thank you, Spiky. That helps me to make the decision. Yeah, so like I could get a much more complete picture if I did like essentially all of the normal quests that y'all were saying are actually pretty high quality given how what little the game incentivizes you to do them. It's kind of satisfying to run up to a giant group of enemies and activate Phoenix and have them all just die immediately, but I guess the feeling that I'm not actually getting a fair fight out of them. I don't know, you need to like psychoanalyze me. When I was a kid, I like routinely cheated at games. I routinely used a Game Genie for everything for years and years and years. I don't even remember when I finally decided, you know what, cheating at games actually kind of sucks and makes it unfun. I had some kind of like epiphany moment one day. Adds a bunch of groups of different NPCs all over town. They all have affinity chart connections between each other. That's crazy. I'm surprised they don't put that in the, like when you're doing the main story and it requires you to do a couple affinity missions. It seems like the affinity missions they picked are like almost totally arbitrary. Don't end up applying to the main story at all. It's like they changed something in development. I feel like it would have been smarter to just say, hey, you know, our game is the side content, so anytime you do have to do a main story mission, you have to have a really substantial amount of map clearance, right? Huge number of hexes and Primordia uncovered to do even the first couple story missions. But instead they seem to have just picked some really, like, random ones, even ones that aren't particularly interesting. Like, One of the ones we needed to do chapter 11 was like finding a date for that guy Matthias. All the affinity missions feel self-contained, but the normal ones are interconnected. It's weird. Alright, well I should go get it started here just in case I encounter something that requires me to pause and like re-gear. I guess when I submit this to How Long to Beat, I have to tell it that my actual time is 68 and change, right? Not 51. Because that would not have been achievable. I think if I wasn't level 60 with all this level 60 treasure hunter gear, I think that section where I had to be on the ground in the last mission, I would have gotten completely fucking stomped. Most of the MSQ required affinity quests are trying to build up to that scene with Lau last chapter. Okay, well, it was a good scene, so. I guess the one where they just had where Gwyn mentioned, was it leaving a sister or a friend behind? A friend.
New Los Angeles. This is your Director General, Maurice Chausson. Today, I come before you with truly joyous news. News that I have been longing to be able to share with you since we first set foot on this unknown world. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the brave men and women of Blade, we have finally succeeded in securing the location of the Lifehold Core. Now make no mistake, recovery of the core will not be easy, especially as the Ganglion continue their persecution of our people. But as long as we forge ahead with the same determination and fortitude that got us this far, I have every confidence we will succeed in our mission. We will return to our natural bodies and take our place as living, breathing residents of our new home here on Mira. Until then, I ask you all to stand together in strength and courage as proud citizens of NLA.
Maurice Chausson.
All right, Blades. You heard what the man said. It's now or never. So let's get right to it. Your mission is to secure the Lifehold.
A normal mission where you make a choice that requires you to kill the level 99 dragon to complete it.
We'll have the exact location isolated in the next 2 hours. You'll leave as soon as we have coordinates. We're counting on all of you. Each and every single Blade will participate in this mission. Godspeed.
All right, everybody, dig in. And don't hold back. I made enough for everyone.
Hey, they're not playing the music.
Cooking too. Wow, you really went all out.
It smells amazing. Don't go hogging it all, Gwyn.
Yeah, whatever. You're one to talk. How kind of you to desert us like this, Lynn.
What in the hell is this? We're going to war here, people!
And you know what they say. Can't go to war on an empty stomach.
Can't go to war if you're dead, either. Which is us if the Lifehold's power runs out. For all we know, the Ganglion are already at the core, getting ready to tear it apart. You still hungry? If we lose this one battle, we lose everything.
We already understand that, Doug. But you heard what Nagi
Okay,
said.
got you, Revenant. Thank you.
We have to wait while they pinpoint the core's location.
Like this?
I'm glad I didn't stream several additional episodes of me in that widget cave. Because I guess I could have. I could have done that on the recording.
Who's worried? We
That
all
was the
are.
actual gameplay
We're
experience.
scared to death.
It took me
That's why we're
256 back-to-back teleports just to go from rank 9 to rank 10 Blade.
Lynn is just trying to keep up morale the best way she knows how.
Yeah! Pick on Linley and you answer to Tatsu!
All right. Look, Lynn. I'm sorry. I'm on edge. Worried, freaked out, all of it. Forgive me, okay?
No. But bring me 10 hot cocos, and we'll talk.
From that place you love, right? Okay. You got it.
All right, everyone.
Enjoy this
Lynn
time
went
with
to all this
friends.
trouble, so let's dig in before it gets cold.
Tatsu liked this plan. Tatsu is starving!
Well, you don't have to ask me twice.
Help yourself, Doug.
Roger that.
Oh man, am I stuffed.
She looks so much like Caitlin Olsen.
Tatsu cannot move.
Amazing as always, Lynn. Thank you.
Now I get why Arena and the Commander are always making excuses to swing by. That was delicious, Lynn.
Oh, you guys. Don't make me blush. I'm just glad you enjoyed it.
Well, I should be getting back. Thanks for the eats.
Shall we, Lieutenant?
Yeah, we'd better go too. This was really great, Lynn. Thanks.
Yeah, this was fun, Lynn.
Indeed. It was a most enjoyable food ritual.
All right. Good luck out there, guys.
Might need to like rebuy gear for everybody. We'll see.
Analysis is just about finished. Gather your team and get over here.
On our way.
Change attack probe. It seems like a really fucking important probe, right? Because you put that in a zone and just do way more damage with Phoenix. It's weird to even put a like reward at the end of the final mission of the game. It kind of like betrays the idea that there's obviously going to be a post game, but maybe they intend you to beat it and just play most of it in the post game. I don't know. I don't know what is intended in this game at all. Should probably get them all back in their skulls. I guess that's part of my angst with this game, is not being able to identify how it's meant to be played, and then not knowing if what I'm doing is like cheating the intended way of play. You have to reach post game for 100% survey. Does it something make that clear to you? One of the hexes in the barracks is beat the MSQ. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like a game like this almost would make more sense if it was actually an MMO. Obviously, the systems don't make sense if it was actually an MMO, because it would be weird to have all of this like crazy economy stuff that's undercut so quickly by skells, but that's funny.
that's the Lifehold core?
The coordinates place it off the west coast.
Some point in development, they must have wanted you to be able to co-op out in the world, right? Which is why they like compromise and added the system where you add someone else's character, which is a gigantic waste because it's XP. It's like a XP black hole.
Find out soon enough.
Yeah.
Let's suit up and get going. Secretary?
Our survival as
This being a big online game, this actually would be kind of a cool platform to make an online game if you like wanted to start from this.
We're all in this together, Secretary.
I would love for this game to get hacked to shit. I don't think it'll happen, but
I intend to see this through. That should go without saying.
I know. It's just, we've put so much on your shoulders.
You can make it up to me with a nice long vacation once this is all over. This planet fascinates me to no end. I'd love to take some time to explore it with no agenda.
Oh, can Tatsu be Elma's guide? Of course, Tatsu do it free of charge. It's all over the house.
Let me guess.
hiring other players let you farm tickets in the definitive edition instead of blowing off Super Boss's limbs repeatedly.
Elma, I want you to act as commander for everyone out there in the field.
I'd be honored, Mr. Chief Engineer.
Yeah, Enderall.
I forgot how much I miss being called. Commander makes me feel like some useless old stuffed shirt.
Yeah, and shirts aren't your style. All right, team, let's go.
When playing this spending hours clicking widgets, standing in front of the bare ass board, grinding heart pop-ups so you can do all the affinity missions. It's very interesting for me to try to understand my own brain when it comes to stuff like this, because there are definitely games like this where I'm just like super motivated to do all that side material. No matter how weird the like requirements are to access it, right? Something breaks down somewhere in the middle. Actually, I want to just fly there. Oh yeah. Basically flying out in the middle of nowhere here. Commander started as, what was it? Eternal Dragon Highlander. Elder Dragon. Sure, yeah. I guess like RuneScape is a game about going around and doing a bunch of like ridiculous prerequisite tasks to qualify for specific things, or to at least to make specific things more fun or efficient to do. I didn't know there were random pickups in the middle of the air out in the middle of nowhere. That's nuts. They just spawn at your Z level? Oh, okay.
Elma, there it is.
Damn, they got to it already.
No, not yet. Look where it meets the water.
Field?
The Lifehold was designed to sustain human life at all costs. The defensive shields that surround the core won't go down so easily.
So in other words,
we've nothing to worry about?
I didn't say that. Remember, they don't need to break into the core. They just have to keep us out until time runs out. Which is soon.
Speaking of time, it's time to kick some ganglion butt.
Yes, yes! Friends kick ganglion in butts.
That's the spirit. I need you all at your best. Everyone's counting on us to see this through. And we won't get a second
Skip doesn't make it
chance.
in your face that the thing you're doing does not and will never help you complete the game. Yeah, exactly. In fact, all of those things you have to do and aren't made substantially more efficient by doing other things.
Doug, Irina, Gwyn, and Elle, you're with us. All other teams, focus on clearing our approach, then defend our position once we're in. That is your priority, not destroying all enemy craft. Are we clear?
Team Grossada, roger.
Trishula, Roger. Ningursu, Roger.
Balma, roger. Team Surtur, roger.
I get it. I get their names.
Breach team, let's go.
Roger.
See, in this universe, part of the buy with the fantasy is that Lynn doesn't hate Tatsu's guts. Cool. Well, no wonder we couldn't find the life hold. It's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. We were looking at all the interesting places. That was our mistake. I see. Doesn't exist until you start chapter 12.
This can't be good.
Level 70 Orion's Urn?
Getting unpleasant vibes from this one. Looks like we
It's a little concerning. Even though the thing I was struggling with was 62, I think. One of them is a weird Buddhist space racist.
Finally. The Lifehold core.
Let's hurry, before they can follow us inside. All right, here we go.
Our real bodies. We can finally be whole again.
I hope there's a fun twist with that.
Lifehold core control. System energy levels have dropped below 0.2. Shielding will be disabled in T-minus 1,000 seconds. Repeat. This is Lifehold core control.
What? 15 minutes and we lose the shields?
If the core runs out of power, the shields will be the least of our problems.
Well, yes and no. We need to keep the core powered, but we do also need those shields.
It's two birds with one stone's throw away. The shields will cause the ganglion to use up their materiel and retreat.
Exactly. Everything comes down to getting the backup power source online.
Right then. Let's do it.
I meant to not be able to go with my Skell here.
Once we're inside, there's no turning back. Everyone ready? You're sure now?
No.
Do what you have to do.
Oh, okay. Make sure I trigger it while in the Skell, just in case.
Once we're inside, there's no turning back. Everyone ready?
Do appreciate getting explicit warnings on
Sure now?
points of no return.
Why have we not received confirmation that the target is destroyed? What is the delay?
Grandmaster, sir, the target appears to have some manner of customized Trion barrier.
A Trion barrier? Are you daft? These are humans we're talking about.
Humans.
No one outside of the clue system has access to Trion technology. And those scales of theirs. How did a primitive race like theirs manage to piece those together?
As you say, Grandmaster. But if they are truly the Founder's descendants...
Don't speak to me of myths. A tale to frighten.
The idea is that they're all going to be like super scared of us if they see our human bodies.
They are not the failsafe.
Do not care about the ganglion. I guess to me the story peaked with the Lao thing. But we got to wrap this up now because this has kind of been the main jeopardy for the whole story.
Number 4 cupola is down.
Heavy damage sustained in turret cluster 3.
The enemy forces are rallying. Sir, we can no longer effectively strike the target.
Where are the interceptors?
An enemy detachment has cut them off. They can't reach us.
But these are savages, not... No, I refuse to believe it.
I think this guy's a mutant Opon.
Prepare the Vita. I shall crush them myself.
I think part of my problem is that the aliens don't really feel alien. They all just kind of talk and do everything like regular humans all the time. They just happen to look like cat girls or Jabba the Hutt monsters.
Because I must use it.
I don't know, I guess that's a difficult needle to thread. Like, you want to make the point that I guess they're just like people, but it's another example where it probably would help if some of them had like post-processing effects on their voices.
You loathsome apes. Prophecy or no prophecy, you will not be the end of our people. I swear it.
Yeah, the weird brain tail thing is cool.
Your barrier. You think it can stop the Vita? Stop the Great One.
Oh, they're making a randomizer for it already? That's cool. Is that the Switch version? A randomizer would actually probably really improve this game, as crazy as that is. Because at least, like Terradin was saying, it's like it's already been randomized. So even just the chance that, like, an interesting thing could end up in an interesting place in the game would make it neat. Everything the same with a different number on it. I guess if you randomize all the boxes, but that's almost identical to just playing the normal game, right? Because it's already randomized. No, it needs a de-randomizer. I'll keep coming back to say that. The box of the G8 probe has a G4 probe.
Is this it? Will my
I just hate finding a really like interesting place and there being something extremely stupid in the box that just feels no intentionality in it whatsoever.
All I see is a whole lot of nothing.
Like, oh, there's this like treasure chest that's guarded by like a bunch of level 68 guys. Oh, and it has like 1,500 credits in it. Okay.
What's the deal here? Where are all the stasis capsules? Where the hell are all our bodies?
Don't tell me. This isn't the core?
They're all just mims.
Whoa, what? Seriously?
This has to be it. You all saw what the core looked like in the mission briefing. This is definitely it.
Lynn's right. This is the place.
Then where are all the people we brought with us from Earth?
You're all controlling these MIMs from your real bodies, asleep in stasis. That's the explanation you were given by NLA, or should I say ECP officials. That was the official story. But it's not the whole truth.
Colonel, what do you mean?
It's a good reveal.
Humans, you'd be dead already if it wasn't for that blasted barrier.
What the? It's that mech they stole from the hangar.
Ganglion?
He's an ugly mother. Eek.
You must be the
Yeesh.
ganglion leader. The one Lao spoke of. Luxar, was it?
That's him?
Do not presume to address me. You defile my name by even speaking it. Only the Great One may call me that.
Great One?
I am here to purge the universe of your disease, once and for all.
What are you so afraid of? Destroying the Earth wasn't enough. You had to chase down the survivors and destroy them, too. What's their threat? You'd even risk flying that crippled mech. That's right, isn't it? It's not complete. It's still missing something vital.
Interesting. Then you're not entirely ignorant either. Perhaps your human birthright allows you to sense it, even in that puppet shell.
Birthright?
You're no ordinary puppet. You must be the one responsible for the Trion barrier, the scales, this whole...
Well, making Elma really important is a weird choice.
Then perhaps I am mistaken after all. Perhaps humanity is the fail-safe of the legend. But you will not find the Ganglion content to submit and resign ourselves to that fate. No. Instead, I will purify this world and prepare it for the advent of the Great One. Now, humans, you die!
Pretty cool looking robot. Vita, huh?
Ready? Too bad!
Only if you're able to serve this vessel of the Great One.
You wish! That's it! Melee strikes! Ignite! My phoenix wing!
He sees him get knocked up into the air here. So if everyone was level 50 and we were all in level 30 skills, I'd probably still be fine here. That's good. I was worried that the game like soft required me to get at least one level 50 skill. It's obviously making him easier right now, but...
How can you be descended from them? I confess, you were right about one. I was indeed fearful of humanity, of your threat. At the dawn of the cosmos, the Samarians arrived from another plane. Big Gang are forbidden from turning against them.
Okay.
If we ever tried, we would be destroyed. I thought that it was just a myth. And yet here you are,
Okay. That's not the twist I was thinking they were going to go with here, but okay. There's like a couple dozen interesting ways they could twist the whole Mim lifehold thing. I'm curious which one they're going to pick for that part. Oh, the robot transformed. Oh, we built a really cool robot, apparently. Oh, I kept my GP, that's cool. I'm really glad I overgrinded because I hate the boss fights in the main story in this when you're not over leveled for them, because they feel like you're like that one that I died to like 10 times was so bad, and it never felt like, oh, I'm not pressing the buttons in the right order, just like, oh, I don't have the right math to do this successfully, you know? He's actually weaker now? Maybe he's just weaker to the damage types that I'm best at using or something. It must have been like extra weak to the G-Buster or something, and some of all my allies using it knocked them down really fast. Close, L.
Ensure the survival of the human race. The will to live is stronger than the will to destroy, Luxar. That is why you lost.
It is a cute idea for a gimmick for him.
If only I could see him, the great one last.
Yahweh, do we gotta go kill God? Setting up Xenoblade Chronicles X2 where we kill God. What do they do if they ever get to Xenoblade Chronicles 10? They're in trouble.
Sure looks that way.
Lieutenant, we did it!
First dance of victory, then Lenly's victory feast.
Sure, Tatsu. I'm game.
Let us dance up a storm in any port.
Continue your explanation from before the battle.
Hey, come on, lighten up. We just finally beat the ganglion. Tatsu even wants to be part of the victory feast. Isn't that right, Tatsu?
Xenoblade Chronicles 10-2. X2 cursed with uncomfortable massage scenes. That game was so much worse than I remembered it being. I had a vaguely positive recollection of
Tatsu want nothing to do with Lenly's feast. Nothing at all.
the whole thing.
Oh, okay. We'll just eat without you then.
But wait, no! Linley know what Tatsu means.
I'm sure you two will work it out somehow. Anyway, getting back to the conversation from earlier. So, that big machine hanging above us?
I've never seen one anywhere near that size, but it looks like a 7th generation quantum mainframe.
That's exactly right. It's by far the most technologically advanced computer humanity has ever created, in terms of both speed and capacity. It's also the foundation for the Earth-Life Colonization Project. It's where all your consciousnesses have been recorded.
What?
Elma, you mean...
Yes, that's what I mean. And not just everyone in New LA. The essence of all 20 million humans we brought with us from Earth are there.
Essence.
Including all their memories, their genetic makeup.
Like there are no bodies. That's good.
It's all been digitized and
That makes
stored
way more
away in the
sense to
core,
me.
right up there.
Then, what about our bodies?
Doesn't matter.
The
Transhumanism.
originals all this data was sampled from, they were destroyed along with the Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, come on. That was a bit much, guys.
Then, wait, you mean we're already dead?
You could see it that way, or you could see it differently. The bodies you were born with, and all the chemicals and organs that created and stored your thoughts, are gone. But yourself has lived on as data, from the moment the project scanned your minds. It's all been stored here as part of the long-term plan, until it could be moved back into a real body.
What real bodies?
I'll show you.
Wait, did it just get smart and it's about to get stupid? I like that idea. Why does Elma know all of this? Was that something I forgot about from 10 years ago? Like, is she like a super special military mim or something?
All the genetic material that could be found on Earth. Exodus was always about more than just fleeing the planet. Ships like the White Whale were designed as arcs, to carry the building blocks of all life on Earth to the next world.
Well, we did find a world that's already, like, teeming with life.
As in, like, Noah's
Are you fucking kidding, dude? Yes. Oh my god.
That's exactly what I
Throw
mean.
him in a pit
A
immediately.
last-ditch effort to save all living things, that they might someday flourish again.
That might be, like, in the top 10 dumbest lines I've ever seen in a video. Like, yeah, no shit. They got on an ark to flee the Earth. What do you think it means? Like...
This entire chamber is filled with protoplasmic fluid. You see how it works. It can regenerate life from the genetic data stored.
I don't know if I like this. I like the idea that, hey, we don't have any bodies, right?
All of us?
This is just us now.
Once your bodies are cultivated, your present memory
Oh, I hate that. I think that sucks, actually.
everything you felt or done in your mim will be carried over seamlessly, without any loss in
No, that's
continuity.
funny, Spiky.
You mean we'll have our bodies back? It sounds too good to be true.
It is too good to be true. Our bodies were real. We were born in them.
Oh, you're mad about it being clones now?
Fingers and bam, we get new ones.
No, man. It would have been way more interesting if you were just in the MIMS now from now on. Like, what's the... Okay.
Are we even humans anymore? Transferring our memories, playing musical chairs with our bodies.
This is such a strange creative choice, I think.
How do I know I'll be the same person I was wherever?
Haven't you been stressed out about that for the last 68 hours, bro?
But then, you never were.
That's like... That's the science fiction part of the whole you're in robot bodies. Oh my god.
It's only because of the continuity of consciousness that we even perceive ourselves as ourselves.
I love that they're only addressing this shit now in the ending, but it should have been like a through line of the whole game.
We all have a soul, one better left to the philosophers. You're right to have doubts, Doug. This was the single biggest debate among the
You're going from a robot body into a fleshy clone body, but it's like the same exact stress.
actual bodies in stasis. We seriously considered it. In fact, some of the other projects took that path. They would have been lucky if their ships were able to hold 50,000.
I think the ending here should have just been, yeah, you're MIMS now. Sorry. We still had to protect the life hold.
Perfectly preserved on each and every ship. The board weighed all the pros and cons, the ethical issues and dangers of violating the natural order of things. But this is what they landed on, and I agreed.
So, when Lao said our flesh burned away with the earth, he wasn't just being dramatic.
No, he must have discovered the truth, which only made his pain worse. They're the same people who passed over his family for keeping this all secret.
It's no wonder he snapped. Poor bastard.
But even so, he never said anything. You know why, right? Because of you, Lynn. We didn't want to see you lose hope. In the end, you led us here, right?
I think even in the story here, like, the skeleton is there for a really interesting story, and I think the ending is still kind of good. The idea that there's no bodies to reclaim and they just, like, gooped everybody is kind of cool, right? There's just, like, a big pile of DNA goop in a big obelisk. A big monolith, if you would, is neat. I don't think they needed the, oh, and also we can, like, you know, replicate all of the cats and dogs and horses and human bodies. I think that unnecessarily muddies the themes, potential themes that they didn't really want to explore in the main game. I could see, like, someone making an adaptation of Xenoblade Chronicles X that's just like a really dark anime adaptation.
Sorry. This is just a lot to take in. To be honest,
Someone on the staff is interested in the, like, the philosophical, are you your body, right? Like,
choices you were given.
if your consciousness is implanted in a robot, is that a different person?
I made it
There's
this far in a tin
a
can.
million questions like that.
Why not?
Me too.
Tatsu 3!
Tatsu, this has nothing to do with you.
It's what? No? Sorry, Tatsu a little lost, but if it means friends get to make more hum-hum, Tatsu gladly approve.
Hum-hum? What the hell is that?
Tatsu have no idea.
I really like that core idea for the twist of, like, they all think that they're piloting their robots from bodies in a ship somewhere, and then it turns out there were no bodies, and like having to deal with the fallout of that is cool. This, like, 2001: A Space Odyssey monolith thing is in, like, every Xeno game, isn't it? There's something like that in Xenosaga as well. And I never actually finished
He's still alive?
Gears, the first one. I heard Xenogears, like, falls apart after disc 2, like Final Fantasy VIII. It's just, like, super unfinished. It's the Zohar in Xenosaga.
Attention.
Hey.
Vital core control.
What's that?
The system has detected a threat to core integrity. Now initiating internal defensive measures.
That slug-faced bastard! He's targeting the main control system!
Give it up, Luxar!
Silence, worm! You fools! You are the ones who don't belong here! Humanity is the cancer, not us!
Everyone, do whatever it takes. We have to stop him, and quickly.
Roger that.
Wait a second. Look!
No, how many times have you played this one, Uncle?
Initiating internal defensive measures.
Are you kidding me?
The same system that regenerates life from Earth can also create biological weapons to defend itself.
Okay.
But those are... My God.
Those things? Those monsters are a defensive measure?
The system's malfunctioning. We have to stop it.
Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Hideous humans betrayed by their own hideous creation.
Who the hell are you calling hideous?
Hey. Thanks, man. Cool weapon?
Wow!
You came!
Damn you!
This was not going anywhere. You deal with the core defenses.
Got it.
Oh boy. Well, here we go. The did you get Phoenix check, I guess? Okay. Oh no, anyway.
Initiating internal defensive measures. Final phase.
What happened to our bargain? Do you humans have no principles at all?
Principles? You deal with a traitor, you really shouldn't be surprised when you get stabbed in the back!
Tell him, Lau.
You primitive little ingrate. Have you forgotten what they did to you? What they did to your family?
Oh, I remember all right. My family'd still be here if you hadn't brought your damned war to our doorstep. Because of you, there's only 20 million of us left. That leaves 9.98 billion reasons for me to want you dead. You who took my wife and daughter away from me, Luxor!
Damn it! Get him out of there!
This is human DNA. It was true. It was all true.
Gross.
Hang on!
I thought Exodus was a lie. One we all accepted because the truth was too painful. That humanity was meant to die off along with our home. Along with Earth. But something happened here on Mira. I realized I was wrong. These Mimiosomes, they aren't just ghosts or shadows. They're people.
Yeah, okay, now we're getting good again.
They're struggling to take root.
It's like a smart, stupid graph.
What's happening? It's like all the life on Earth is flowing inside me.
Become a gross, like, Cthulhu creature now. Okay. This is gonna be another boss fight. That seems unnecessary. Maybe we're gonna do a thing where he destroys all the DNA and now we just have to live as the Mimiosomes. Like, leave the past behind kind of a thing, right? Like, that's where I thought they were going for at first, until they started talking about rebuilding all the bodies.
Out of the way, Lynn! We can't let the life hold be destroyed. This time, I'll shoot.
Elma! Please!
This gross biological monstrosity is my friend.
It's not me anymore.
Please, fight one more boss.
Please, Lynn. Put an end to this. Don't let me be the one who finally ruins everything. Everything humanity has achieved to get us this far.
Last warning, Lynn. You need to move.
Okay.
Okay. But then I'm fighting too. Not just for our sake.
So it's a whiplash.
And you? Are you with me? Thank you.
We have to fight to save our precious goo. We have to save our essence. This is like Dr. Strangelove. It kind of gives me the vibe of like them wanting to have their cake and eat it too with the story here.
It seems the sleeping dogs have risen.
I have the shot. Fire it. Stay down.
And also Ella's here.
Engaging overdrive. That's die already. It's here. That's it. Melee strike.
Puppet Master. Overdrive 3 goes over it.
His memories.
What?
They are part of me now. When he dissolved, he became one with the protoplasm. Listen to me. I see no reason why they fear the Samarians. A long time ago.
Are we exposition dumping now? Mid-boss fight? Why were there 2 L's there? Did anyone else see that? Just a bug? This is another piece of lore that they realized they hadn't revealed yet to the story, so they're just having Lao reveal it. Kind of weak. I think in general I would have preferred them to do the story a little bit differently here, because I think like the... Oh, I'm out of fuel. Holy shit, that's never happened before. Can I do anything when that happens? Do you do a thing where he like drained our fuel or something, so we have to fight him on the ground? Okay. It regenerates some while I'm out of the thing here. Please don't kill me now. It'd be a really annoying time to die. All the good shit that I have that costs... Oh my god. Someone pick me up, please. Okay. It's about to be real bad. See, all the good stuff costs 200 fuel. Just care about the human. Ugh. Okay.
Wow.
You did the right thing. All this has to show me. We've achieved our goal. Humanity has no future.
See, what I would have done, very slightly different. Similar idea, though. You get here, you find out there are no bodies, right? That the Lifehold is just broadcasting a signal that humanity's been digitized, essentially. You could do the thing where you have all this DNA saved because you want to recreate Earth on another planet, and then Luxar or Lao or whoever destroys all the DNA, and like we're kind of forced to just live with the MIMS, right? Like the MIMS are a new form of life, like Lao was saying. And there's this kind of obsession of like we have to recreate everything from Earth. It's like we already have a planet that's full of life and all this biodiversity. Why do we need cats specifically? And dogs and sheep and stuff, you know? So I think it's like it understands that these are themes that are common in sci-fi, but I don't know that it really has anything to say, honestly. Other than that the alien guys are bad.
We saved it. All of us.
But we couldn't save Lau.
That is a bummer.
On the contrary, by stopping him and preventing him from destroying the system, we saved Lau too.
That's right. His DNA and his memories. All of it is still stored in here.
Hey, can you just make another one? For the post game? For people who leveled him up?
Now we finally have the means to bring him back.
But wait. Would he even want to come back?
All the things
He's definitely the most interesting character in the game.
He'll be able to remember them all, right?
He seems to be one of the only ones that's more than whatever his like character quirk is.
You can't make up for your mistakes when you're dead. Hell, he'd better come back. He's got work to do. Wrongs he needs to right.
She's right.
Okay then. Come on, let's hurry up and restore the system.
Colonel? Everyone wait. There's
Can you
one more
dodge
thing
that
I
fuel
need to
drain
talk to
attack
you
if you
about.
like get out of your skull?
The truth is, exactly one MIM in New LA actually is being controlled remotely from a real body held in stasis here.
Wait, someone isn't stored in the database with the rest of us?
That's right. This was a special case.
The player character.
What does that mean?
Better just to show you.
Okay, so it was Elma the whole time. Seriously, did I miss something about Elma being important? Like, she seems like she's the most important character.
Elma is dead?
No. I think this is...
I haven't died. My consciousness has just returned to my real body.
I feel like they could have done some cool shenanigan here with the idea that the person playing the video game is controlling a MIM, right? That would have elevated it a little bit for me. Oh, they gotta have to have a connection to Xenosaga, is that what we're doing? Oh no, I guess she just kind of looks like Cosmos. You got elf ears.
Elma? Is that really you?
Yes. This is
That kind of undercuts all the stuff you were saying earlier about this being necessary when you actually did get to keep your body.
The only xenoform on board.
Wait a second. All this time you were an alien?
No way.
And all the more lovely for it.
I hope you all understand. And at the end of the day, I just hope you'll still consider me as one of you.
Of course we will. You've earned that, Elma. It's not about how you look. It's the person you
Okay,
are on the
they're trying to do something.
inside. That's what counts.
Yes.
Lynn's right. Colonel, listen. We know whatever you did, you felt it was for the greater good.
I feel like we're just doing twists for twist's sake at this point.
Nothing's changed.
That's right.
Everyone, thank you.
Like, is the twist that she looks like Cosmos, so she looks like a
And I have so much more to tell you now
cool
that this
space
time has
alien
finally
robot thing?
arrived. But first, there's something I must do. And it's something that only I can do.
I thought it'd be pretty funny if we saw one of the human bodies and they just had regular eyes instead of anime eyes.
There.
Like all the people who designed the MIMs were just anime nerds. But they look like weirdly photorealistic.
Hey, so did that really just work? There's no way it might still run out of juice?
No, it's working.
Yeah, so why is she just like a routine party member and not like an important bureaucrat or something, right? She seems really fucking important if she's the only body we carried over.
Congratulations. Fandom is reporting that the ganglion forces outside the Lifehold have been routed. The prospectors should have the main power system back online in a matter of days.
Roger that.
It's over. Excellent work.
There's a quest with a guy whose dad is a mim that looks younger than him.
Well, we all gotta
That's kind of cool. I like that.
But it won't be today.
That's right. Once the main power's back online, we don't need to worry about running out again.
And we won't even need that anymore once we're back in our bodies.
Yup, you got that right.
First things first, we'll need to get the control system repaired. Then we'll hit up the database down below. We need to check on your memories.
Just a second. Wasn't she saying she was gonna tell us the rest of what she knows?
Hey, that's right. I got so excited I almost forgot.
Relax, there's no need for us to hurry, right? We're finally home free. We've got all the time in the world now.
Well, it's a pretty long story. Tell you what, why don't we go back to New LA and we can talk over a nice big celebration?
Yeah, I know, right?
Good idea. Lindley can cook it all. Tatsu will oversee.
Yeah, you can watch over everything. From inside the stew pot. Okay?
All right.
So if you play in the post game, do you play with Elma's actual human body, where she can't die anymore?
Right. Back to New LA.
Or not human body, I guess. Weird space elf alien body.
Go home.
Okay. It's a very weird choice to me. It feels like the twist is like what she looks like, right? As opposed to it revealing anything new about the story. It's like, why did we choose this alien elf lady? Like, you're just supposed to be blown away that, oh, she like looks like Cosmos, and like that's the whole thing. What she appears to look like. You know, the game was really about, or they kind of wanted it to be about Elma? I don't know. It's about as messy as the rest of the game, to be honest, so shouldn't be too surprising.
First came to Earth. She'd come with a mission.
She's a Vulcan?
A war was being waged between the Interstellar Federation the Ganglion belonged to and another alien civilization.
Oh, wow.
And Elma knew
No,
that
no kidding.
eventually that war would come to Earth. She came to our planet, alone, to save us. She convinced those in power, like Secretary Nagi, that the threat was real, and helped put into motion a grand plan to preserve all of mankind.
Is this really necessary for the
Her
story?
alien tech brought us skells so we could defend ourselves. It gave us light-speed travel to ensure our escape. And it led to mimeosomes to facilitate our survival. None of this would have been possible for centuries without the help we received from Elma.
I think this makes the rest of the story less interesting as a result.
But not
It's like, oh man, no one's gonna believe that humans developed all this technology on their own and escaped on their own in time.
the Ark to escape either. There must be other survivors out there.
It's necessary if you want it to be a story about Elma.
Somewhere.
I think this is a really good example of a twist for twist's sake, right?
And it certainly won't be
It doesn't like recontextualize anything. It doesn't change the theme if it's an alien that triggered all of it.
on Mira, and we're alive. And we'll live on, for now, with faith in our hearts that one day we can once again set out to search for the planet we left behind.
Okay, so overall, I did enjoy Xenoblade Chronicles X. I think that about 40% of the time was just pure enjoyment, where I'm like losing track of time because I'm having such a fun time running around, exploring the world, seeing all the cool caves and things to do. Like the game is gorgeous and remains gorgeous. It doesn't just look gorgeous for being 10 years old. It looks gorgeous. If it came out today looking like this and this was a brand new game, I don't think anyone would have any reason to complain. It looks incredible and holds up really well. It is a technical marvel. I can't believe that the world is as pretty as it is and it loads as quickly as it does. I think we probably figured out some of the tricks they went for, like having an extremely short draw distance for enemies, which causes a lot of problems when you're exploring. And also not saving the state of anything ever. Basically, anytime you teleport or do anything like move a little bit far out of an area, the game does a secret blood moon reset like in Breath of the Wild. And I guess that is probably fine. I don't think it really matters that you kill a notorious monster and you teleport away and come back and it's already respawned. It's certainly helpful given the way the game expects you to farm stuff that you can just do it, but it's still a technical marvel and it's still very impressive. I think the beginning of the game is an extremely strong sci-fi pitch where I can picture like a very dark, brooding, you know, philosophy-oriented anime story really being concerned with this idea of Earth was destroyed and humans escaped on an Ark, and now they're like piloting robots from inside the Ark. Because like the whole you're piloting a robot thing is like a Act 1 twist reveal. You don't know that immediately at the start of the game, right? From your perspective, you just kind of get woken up, and then later you find out that you're actually a human in the life hold somewhere piloting the body. Like chapter 5, so like halfway through the game. The game doesn't wait for stuff to load before dropping you into it. Sometimes you'll warp to a quest NPC and they won't be there for a few seconds after you arrive. Yeah, that's part of the shenanigan that they've gone for, and it makes sense. So yeah, I think that pitch is really good. I think the game kind of starts to fall apart after that because it doesn't really know what it wants to say. Like, you could say that a lot of those initial plot ideas are a derivative of other sci-fi. And it's okay for, you know, sci-fi ideas to be derivative, but I feel like you need to have something interesting or unique to say thematically about humanity, what it means to be a person, right? Whether this mission was a good one, whether we should be nostalgic for Earth or we should appreciate this new world we got to. There's a lot of other takes I can envision, you know, them having. Like, it seems comical to be like, we need to bring back house cats when you have this planet that's just like even more biodiverse, it seems like, than even Earth was, right? Like, so you could do a story about like the pitfalls of nostalgia, right? The pitfalls of trying to just hold on to the past forever. And I guess they just didn't want to do that. They just had a lot of like plot bullet points that they wanted to reveal in order towards the end. Maybe there's some more good, you know, human story stuff in the normal missions you guys were talking about, or at least cool world building. I think the world building stuff is basically all good. I think the ganglion are super boring. I think saying that we had to flee Earth because of an alien attack is fine, but I think then making the aliens come after us is dumb and pointless.
Wait, what? This damage isn't from our last battle. It's from earlier, when we crashed on Mira.
It does look pretty bad in there, doesn't it?
I do think the entire thing with Elma actually being a space elf is stupid and should have been cut. It's too much. There's already enough going on. We don't need that as well, right? I think just the idea that humans are escaping in an Ark and they're remote piloting robots is an entire sci-fi premise, and you don't also need aliens. You don't also need multiple species of aliens. You don't also need a space elf. You don't also need, you know, all this other stuff that they injected into it. Yeah, I agree. I feel like the main thing this game feels like, it's a game where no one ever said no. They just developed everything and then didn't iterate on anything. Did not edit, did not cut anything. Like, if someone had an idea, they just said, yeah, go for it. Sure, whatever. Elma's a space elf, fine. Right? I think that's true mechanically. I think it's true from a story perspective. And it's wild to see that the game is, like, really polished in the sense that the stuff that they originally intended to be in the game seems to be here exactly as they intended. But it's not polished in the sense that they went over it more than one time to bring it to a shine.
All right.
Like it's not like
Entering
buggy
the
or glitchy
database
or it doesn't feel bad to play for the most part.
Be extra careful in there. That's everything we've been working.
Somebody drew a space elf in 2009. Yeah. And now we're committed to it being important to the story. It does give me like fan fiction OC vibes, Elma. Hey, this is an important thing that I want to reveal, and I don't really have a a place to put it where it fits in with the rest of the story we're telling. Benedict.
What?
What is it, Elma? Is there a problem with the database?
No. That's impossible.
Elma, report. Elma!
Secretary. I'll stick to the facts.
Yeah, technical QA got all of their hard fact bugs
Everyone's
fixed.
consciousnesses and memories, the entire database,
Every single working as designed defect
has
was
been destroyed
rejected.
for some time.
Oh, that's kind of a cool twist.
Destroyed? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
This is what I was saying should
Entire
happen.
chamber is flooded. It's trashed. The system is completely shut down.
The MIMs are just working on their own.
Not just recently. It's been this way since we got to Mira.
That's absurd. Then how are we... How in the world would anyone be?
I know. So then why would you be alive? It's not possible. Without the database, all your identities should be gone too.
Yeah, they really want to have their cake and eat it too here, I think.
It's this planet. It's something about this planet.
Basically the Exo Squad twist where the mechs at the end are sentient. Okay. Well, the idea that like the life hold was busted the whole time was something I thought they were going for at the end, and then they decided not to do it, and they decided to do it anyway in the post credits, so that's cool. Chapter complete. And then they decided to pivot to Xenoblade 2. And Lao never rejoins your party. That's pretty funny. They go to all that trouble to establish the Elma's true form. Yeah, but now if you die, it's really bad. Oh, now it's much easier to level up Blade. That's kind of funny. Yeah, so I think you heard most of my thoughts through the playthrough, but I think the big thing is that, yeah, they rejected every defect that was working as designed. Maybe they said, hey, maybe we'll come back to it in production, and then just never did. So it makes a lot of sense that the definitive edition was able to fix so much because they probably already had those defects logged. They probably already knew the feature request changes that the testing team made that got rejected and were just able to implement them in an orderly fashion when they went to go port the game to the Switch. I'm happy the Switch version exists. It sounds like it's a much better game now. And a lot of my complaints about the systems being like bizarre and inscrutable are resolved. So I guess if you watch this playthrough and you're like, I kind of want to play Xenoblade Chronicles X, please play the Switch version, not this one. Have their cake and eat it too. And they eat a second entirely distinct cake. Holy shit, 2 cakes. Thanks for putting this on the voting spreadsheet and supporting it. It took 10 years for this game to win the vote. I played it on launch day, and then I beat it after the Switch version came out, which is pretty funny. So I appreciate everybody plugging in time toward it.